Good morning, good morning. Um, Sell looks done to me. We'll see. This is NQ testing its 30-second opening range is supportive. So we flipped it, which is a very bullish sign, in my opinion. With ES now holding view up and, RTY holding view up and ES now testing into our 30-second opening range as well. Let's see what we do here. Again, I think we're good. But let's see. I think this is probably a bit. Feel a bit more confident with ES showing interest over 465, 460, 465. But I'm a big fan of this move that we just did on NQ with RTY holding here. That would be really good if we could do something like this. And then, of course, if ES can develop something like this, would be great. Because if not, we'll probably do something like this. So let's give it a minute, see what RTY wants to do here.
US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says the US will replenish every barrel of oil it releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, speaking at an event in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, if we can hold this higher low here at like 290, right, do something like this, holding this, that'd be sick for continuation potential. Just gotta keep an eye on it. Right, and hold the higher low. It's gonna be all about RTY finding this low. Okay. I'm taking off 1 here. Very profitable. Let's see if we can flip this 60 though. 60-65 needs to flip on ES, or this is just going to be that trap liquidity up in these highs. Good move though, off our higher low pivot with RTY bouncing where we wanted it at VWAP. Pretty simple stuff. Now it's just a matter of, can we get over this participant here, right? On both ES and on NQ. That's why we always take off our first risk into a known seller. And then let's watch to see if we can get this flip here on RTY at our halfway back and over our value edge for that secondary move if we're going to get continuation.
Microsoft hit session high 2.8% as Ackman built a new stake.
Good morning, good morning. If you didn't risk off on the first attempt, a great time now, right? But well, I would like to see a continuation. I've taken off 2 of my 3 contracts on NQ. Up like $1,000 right now, I think. Let me check. Okay, well, close enough, right? Let's see if we can get this last contract to actually go somewhere, or if it's going to continue to just hold this supply that we have drawn out. Just need ES to get over this 30-second opening range and breach this with Russell, ideally. But still just higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. But solid first trade of the day. Get on, say we're going up, buy it, go back to sleep. You know? It's just gonna, like, the key here is getting back into yesterday's value. So it's just gonna be a bit. So yesterday's, this is here's an easy visual. We had this huge move in our overnight session, which was incredibly structured on the way down. Right? We had this just like very clear stair step down where we shifted POC and just rotated all the way down. Right? This is our structure that we rotated down. And we built out these nodes. So we have these very clear targets of where we can head in this session. Like incredibly clear targets. So we have this huge node up here. Look at this thing. It's gigantic. And then we have this incredibly thin profile from our overnight session, but very clear POC shifts. So we just mark those. Right, and this is us flipping this area right now where the POC shifted. And it's our first recovery of a node. This is where we just longed. And where we're headed is ideally here into this next POC shift, this next node. And we'll just look for the staircase up if we can do it, right? If we can build like this, we'll go up. We'll build like this, we'll go up. And then every area in between, right, is just an area where we could potentially chop and build out these nodes, but these just become our very clear targets as we shift upwards. And if we can get over this, we're going to be in a great position for that right side of V idea. So we'll see. But this like 470 area is going to be our first big battle, because this is where that seller stepped in for that lower high, right? So as we are pushing down this area where we've tested now twice, it's just like, oh, okay, well, if we can get over this, then we can start to trade back up to, I don't know, it's probably like 500 previous day value, and then that'll give us the ability to trade back into yesterday's value structure, like this. So this is going to be the most important test, is showing interest over this pivot and then getting back in. Until then, right, it has just we will probably need to, I would say, build out this area as some sort of like balance, and then we can go for this flip. Once we get this flip, then we'll be able to trade this upside pretty easily, I think. But right now we'll just be battling here. That's my guess. We'll see what happens. But very clear pivots from the overnight session. And of course, like what we're battling for right now is also very clear. It's very simple. It's just this most recent seller. Got to get through this guy for more, or it doesn't matter anyways, right? There's no upside plan until we can flip our seller on the day, which is this guy here. Got to flip these. This is what it looks like on our profile, which I think is interesting. We might not be ready yet on ES, but I'm not too worried about this. We just have this absorption into these highs, right? Our most recent seller that we've already diagnosed, right? We've already talked about. We've taken profit into this. And if we fail here, we're just going to rotate back down to this lower node. But if that happens, right, we'll just fill this LV in, come down into this 440, and then I would say that we'll probably just keep going. I'm really not worried. So just keep an eye on this 450, see if we can continue to bid this. I'm not looking for a short until we flip this after testing at 445 and then rejecting 50s. This just feels very neutral to me. But if we get this lower offer, then we can look for the play down. But until then, again, I think that this is where the bid rests in this low. This is where the offer is in these highs. And if we flip it, then we'll look for this move down to this here. Yeah, no, I mean, we're definitely headed up to 500, I think, but we'll see. I just don't know if we need to head down to 430 first before we go up. But as long as we have our plan set, we're fine. Which I think we're good. We've got it all set up. Oops. RTY value low. NQ no change, just back to our pivot. Market doesn't find a bottom until RTY stops selling, which I would assume would be here into our value low, but let's see. Again, NQ still fine, just above our 30-second opening range. Yes, at our pivot as well. Lots of liquidity potentially here. So we push down into the stacked imbalance. We would need to flip this for me to care, but if we do flip it, right, then we'll just head back down to this lower structure first. And then we'll just look for this. So we got our bounce where we thought we would. Now we're watching to see if the offer holds here. If it does, we'll be looking for this rotation down to 430. If this holds and we get back in, though, it's still just the same upside rotations. Again, like this is, we're just waiting to see if Russell holds this low or if we're going to need to do one more leg down. If RTY finds a bottom, then I don't really think that anything is shifted here, but we really want to just be watching this. Again, this is the stacked imbalance liquidity off of our footprint chart, just into these lows where we expect our buyer to be, and then we're looking to see if we get back into value or not. So 450 is already rejected, giving you 5, back down to 45s. We're looking to see if sell side will sweep this, or if we'll get back over and then rotate up. RTY is still pushing down. NQ, there's, like I said before, nothing here until we can flip below. It's our 30-second opening range low. But if we do, then we'll just head back down to this guy here. Just trade the PVZ range that's being offered. NQ, big bid off of PVZ in our 30-second opening range low. Just watching to see if we can get back over this 290. Yes, big bid off of our 45s where we thought that liquidity would be. We can see it on our footprint like we talked about. We need to watch to see if 50s will continue to reject, though. If 50s continue to reject, that is where we'll be watching for that lower high. And then we need that sweeper below 45s, and then that will give you a move down to 430. If not, then we will just rotate back up our range. Just keep an eye on Russell to see if it's going to put in a higher low here. Right. Rotate back up, or come down and continue off of a failure to get back over value. See if this bid can hold over 50s. And we're rotating back up, just like we talked about. Again, really not too worried about this area until we see something really shift. Yeah, I think that's a good trade. Or you took some off, you mean? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good. I don't know. Hopefully, I'm making sense and not confusing you, but I think we're good. I mean, I'm just not shorting our 30-second opening range when we're holding above until I see like a very clear flip. That's basically all I'm saying. And then as soon as we get back in, we just rotate back up to our known seller, right? We've found our participants. We have a known buyer here. We have a known seller here. I'm going to play around them and not try to do anything insane because everything is being laid out for us already. And all we do is wait for Russell to find its low, and as soon as we put in that higher low, we then go up. It's really, we don't need to overcomplicate this. It will get a great retest if things breach down, but like until then, right, we have liquidity on footprint that has been found. Right, this is what that's showing. This is a stacked imbalance, right, where we had a big push up delta wise, and this was untested, and we pushed into this liquidity on both ES and on NQ, and we've rotated off of it. This is your risk off as we push into our known seller here, and then you try to leave a runner. See what RTY does, if we can get back up to view up, or if this POC is going to hold, right? We got back into our value edge, and we've rotated up to our POC. I'd love to see if 290 is going to hold here on NQ on retest. So we push back in, same bid as before. Watching RTY retest our value edge. $30, still need 15s. Dude, this is such a good image from this event. China got him so good with this image. China destroyed them with this image. Holy. No, but that's great too. That's so funny. Oh my god. It doesn't help that his posture is atrocious. But yeah, you can definitely tell that he is being it looks like she is in like a high chair. So stupid, man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They have self-driving scooters in China now. Oh, Louis. It's not just the car. Well, it's like it like doesn't even look. There's no one on it. It's just doing its thing. I don't know where it's going.
Shares of US software companies advance. Adobe up 3.2%, Workday up
Yeah.
3.9%, and Salesforce up 3.5%.
My guess would be it's like the Tesla thing where it's like coming to you. It's like a summon. Just watch this 50-55 on ES. If we hold this, this is just POC holding as resistance. We need Russell to really find a bid here at our value edge, or again, this is just going to be our new 15s opening and then holding this POC to value as resistance, and then we'll look for that breach below 45s, this move down into these lows before we can go seek higher. We're just gonna have to find liquidity lower. So we'll just gotta be patient. NQ still looks fine, but it's the same thing where POC from our previous candle is holding our offer into these highs. If Russell wants to lead down, then again we will lead down. We are just watching our previous 15-minute candle to see if we can breach above or if this is just going to continue to be an incredibly tight market. We have a buyer at 45s that we've identified. We have a seller at 50s that we've identified, right?
Apple
The
extends
5 point
gains to
range, and
1%.
yes, not great. We need to see either a clear flip of this or we will continue to traverse between. Let's watch as we push back down into our 30-second opening range low here again at 240s on NQ, and our 45 low here on ES. Russell pushing a bit lower, leading. Watching to see what we do as we push down into our rebid reversion zone at 800. If that's reactive again and ES and NQ are able to remain steady, then there's nothing to do, right? You just take off your first risk if you're playing off of 50s on ES. But like we have to flip these with like clear desire, or it's just going to pop again and we're going to do another rotation until Russell finds its low. It's still like, 6 points here on 7 points now on ES. So it's not bad, but we want to see what we're going to do if we can get this full move down off of the rejection, or if this is going to hold here as RTY comes in. And I don't really think there's anything on NQ yet, personally, until we flip the 240. Unless you're playing off of that POC rejection already. RTY big bounce at our reversion zone at our 800, and NQ holding our lows like we talked about. No change. Again, we need to flip that for more, or I'm just incredibly unconvinced.
US 7-year Treasury yields rise 10 basis points to 4.41% on the day.
Back to our 450 here. This is our first sell on NQ from our lows. Again, there's no change here. We got to get over this POC to value into these highs. We can see that PVZ also has marked it, right? It's the same thing. So if you're playing off of this, right, this is our value to value rotation on NQ. There's nothing new here. We have a buyer into these lows. We have a seller into these highs. We are trading within a range until something new happens and we either breach highs or we breach lows and retest. I hope this is clear. I mean, there's really not much else to do other than just wait and look to see where Russell's going to find that low and then play it with the direction. If we can bid 50-55 and hold here, then we rotate back up. If we reject from a look above, then we'll rotate down on ES. Right, we are now watching this as our structural hold. From a look above, then we look for the retest and then the reoffer down. From a look above, we look for the rotation and then rotation up. It's just a very clear pivot here. Trying to clean this up as best I can. I don't know if people are understanding what I'm saying or not, but I hope they are. Hey Ali, how you doing, man? Good hold on new 15s on NQ so far at POC. ES as well, holding above POC on open of new candles. We're watching to see if we can hold higher lows with Russell holding our value edge, or if this is going to fail and rotate down. Oh my god, I'd break this phone so easily. This thing. Who thought that that was a good idea? Yeah, like that's the only thing it has going for it, Surf, is that maybe the they weren't so cheap with the materials and the actual production back then. So maybe the hinge was good. I don't know. That thing's crazy though. It's just like way too many moving parts with like one failure area. This is a good meme. It's a good meme. This is top of range here and our POC shift on NQ. So if you're playing the higher low here from our 240, 260, watch as we push into this 315, 350, our PVC value here. We've got to get over this and bid it for anything new, or again, we will just rotate down. It's the same trade over and over again. I just have to keep deleting our pathing because it's the same trade over and over. It is just a range trade until we flip and hold above. We have not breached our 30-second opening range low. The liquidity is still present here at these bottoms. We know that a seller is sitting up here into our highs. You play the rotation that's being offered, or you wait for expansion, right? Those are your two choices. I have taken off my first risk here into our 330 on NQ. And my first risk here on ES from our 450 into this 56. If we can flip our 30-second opening ranges, then we'll be good to go. Next target would be 60, 62 area on ES. Sound is only coming out of one of my headphones right now. This is awful. I'm trying to figure out if it's like just this song. No, it's just one headphone. What's going on, man? I think I might need a new amp. This is NQ into secondary target here into 350 top of range. If we flip this, then we get more. But this is a $1,500 rotation on NQ on a single contract. And all you have to do is respect our 30-second opening range low. Kind of crazy. Yeah, I think my cable's a little messed up though, because it's only playing out of one headphone right now, and it keeps like going out. Oh God, I fucking hate these headphones. The cable on the headphones keeps. Yeah, it's definitely my amp. This is so annoying, man. Yeah, it's not the headphones. It's the headphones are fine. Sorry, words.
Oil prices
The
rise more than
actual
$3
cable
a
that's
barrel
attached to
on
it
fears of
keeps like
renewed US-Iran combat.
it won't. I don't even know how to explain it. It tangles up on itself for no reason. Like it refuses to be rigid. So if I let go of it, it like bunches up on itself without. I don't know how to describe it. That's the best I can do. I'm gonna get frustrated if I try to talk about it anymore. It's very annoying though. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. Yeah, the headphones are great, but the cable is awful that's attached to the headphones. Absolutely awful. Good hold of our 30-second opening range high here on NQ. Yes, higher lows. Still just range trading, but I mean it looks fine. Just pushing back up to our highs here. PVZ rebid lines holding higher lows. RTY sideways, which is allowing we will continue to trade in a range until RTY gets its shit together, or NQ can breach above our 360 380 liquidity and then lead the market up. RTY bouncing our reversion zone once again. Stack buy signal, ES high or low, no change. There is zero desire to breach this pivot. There just isn't. See if we can get this flip here on NQ. RTY, another rotation into our PVC value low to mid. This is our big old pivot here. Another bounce off of our reversion zone low. Stack buy signal is printing. Rotation back up. Another oscillation complete. Again, this is just ES and RTY. Sorry, ES and NQ just trading its 30-second opening range. You play in the direction of your 30-second opening range, or you wait for it to flip. Like that's all we can do. You either are playing it as a rotational trade, right, with RTY finding lows and then just playing it back up, or you're waiting for a clear breach of it if you are not familiar with how to trade the 30-second opening range. It is a choppy market until we get out of this area. I've taken off another 5 contracts here on ES, on MES, I should say, at 60 at our 30-second opening range high, and where we have found our seller repeatedly into the top of this distribution. NQ opening and holding our POC of our previous 15, testing up into these highs. We've got sell side liquidity into 90 to 400. Yes, again, just like 60, 65 is where we need to breach for anything new on ES. Really trying not to overcomplicate this. I have one runner left on NQ.
US 10-year Treasury
just
yields
looking to see
rise
if we
10
get the
basis points to
expansion.
4.58% on the day.
But no break of our lows ever. RTY, again, just into our pivot here. PVZ needs to flip this, build above, or this will just be where we meet our sell side again. And just continue this rotation. Full rotation here on ES off a failure. Back down to our range low. POC is attempting to shift on the daily profile here. Same thing on NQ. Retesting our previous 15-minute POC here on NQ. And our top of range off of a failure to do anything new. Same seller as before. Watching as we push in, see if we can hold this where POC is shifted here at 315s, or if we'll rotate the range again. RTY holding our highs. Watch for a potential sell into 40 to 50 here for the lower high. If you're playing off of this 15, should be your first risk off until we can flip back above that POC on this current candle, as well as our PVZ range high. Right. Potential lower high being put in. This liquidity offsides. We're watching to see if we can get back above this, or if this is going to do one of these. This should be your first risk off if you're playing the reoffer and our rotation down following our pathing. It's not exciting, but as soon as you accept that it's just a range, it is it's pretty honest work, you know? It's when you're just expecting expansion and you're on the wrong side, that feels pretty fucking terrible, right? So just treat it as a range, because it is. And once we get expansion, it will give you more chances to get in, I promise you. But just play it as a range until then. Like, there's no need to overcomplicate things. Back into our bottom here. This is good points if you're willing to take them. If not, right, I understand. If you are unable to wrap your head around trading a range, just wait until we get out. Maybe we don't get it today. Maybe you only get it in the afternoon. I don't know. We'll see. But until then, right, it's like, just play your pivots. Play acceptance back in, play failure.
US 5-year Treasury yields rise 10 basis points on the day to 4.25%.
Good job, Surf. It's crazy what happens when you just accept that we're trading in balance. Like I don't know. And for anyone who's like struggling with this market, like I just look at your higher time frame. We're trading in a fucking box. What do you think's gonna happen? Until we breach the box and hold the low or the high, like we will trade the box. Just play the reversion once we get back in. You just wait for an extreme and then a higher low and then a rotation of our very clear range, right? An extreme, a lower high, a rotation of our range, right? It just is what it is until it isn't. This is your next risk off into 240, our low on NQ. Yeah. I mean, you have to. I mean, what else are you going to do other than just nothing, which is, I guess, is an option, you know?
US oil hits intraday high, trades near $105.50 a barrel.
Like here, like I didn't do anything on ES. I just had limits. And this is fully automated. And this is just our pivots on ES. Right. It's literally just the flip. It rotates up into our highs. Right? Like it's just, it is what it is. And for NQ, it's the same thing, but just a larger target. I mean, I'm scalping NQ and I just hit limits on ES during the entire thing. It's just like, okay. It's just a range, man. RTY, bottom of our range again. Let's see if we find another bottom or if something new happens. Yeah, I'll be right back as well. I'm gonna lose my mind over this cable. Let's see what RTY does here. Do we breach outside or do we rotate back up? Yes, holding our PVZ value low, trying to find a bid at 36s with 30 as our low. NQ, while watching to see if we trap this liquidity outside to get back in or if this offer can sustain. If we get back in, we'll rotate up. If we can't, right, we'll do something new. You're watching to see if we can hold and sustain this higher low here, or if this is going to fail on both ES and on NQ. Full rotation here on Russell off of another failure at our lows to do anything new. Higher lows holding so far on NQ and ES. 3 points. It's a 1-to-1 as of right now. If you're playing the clear bid here as your risk, right? It's a 1-to-1 right now. Let's see if we get the full rotation up. Again, as soon as you accept that it's just balance, your life gets so much easier. I've taken off my first contracts here on both NQ and ES. Let's see if we get the full rotation. I have one left here on NQ from 250. This is our, again, first target on ES into 45 to 50. If we flip that, then we can rotate up. If not, then this is just the clear pivot for right now. If we can get above, then we'll rotate. If not, right, it is what it is. Russell's just coming back up into our highs, full oscillation. But like, again, like on NQ, like this is $1,000 trade. And we did nothing but buy a higher low and know that it was going to be a reversion. You get me? Like, RTY, top of range, rejection once again, losing momentum here at our pivot on 45s, as well as our pivot at 315s on NQ. Literally no change.
So, from the Times, the Labour Party panel allows Manchester's Burnham's UK Parliament run.
I love the Manchester news. That's I wonder if he's local to that area. So stupid. Like, no one cares, man. Yeah, he's like telling us about like the local UK mayoral election, and then like the Parliament run as well. It's like, bro, no one cares. I just took off another at 300 there on NQ from our 270 bid, 260 bid, whatever you want to call it, the higher low. Same thing on ES as we rotate back up into our 45s, just the higher low holding. There's nothing new here, boys. Like I don't know what else to say. Like we've defined our areas, we found our buyers and sellers, and I've showed you how rotations occur. It's up to you if you want to make this actionable or not. But this is what's being offered to you on the day, right? So you either utilize it or you don't. It's up to you. And some people cannot stand trading a range, and I understand. Some people's brains just like can't comprehend rotation, and that's okay. But to me, it's literally free money. Yeah, I mean, at some point you cash out, right? Take the house's money.
So, a US State Department official cited by Al Jazeera says the atmosphere of the second day of the Lebanon Israel talks is extremely positive and exceeded expectations.
expectation on ES and Q. No change. RTY continuing to maintain our pivot. Those punished continue to be punished. Everyone looking for expansion continues to get absolutely ruined. And as soon as they accept balance, you know what's going to happen, boys? That's when we actually break. Yeah. Once they give up, that's when it's, they're like, oh, wait. That's so funny. It's so funny.
just keeping an eye on the markets here. Dollar index holding gains up around 0.4%.
I don't know if you guys can imagine this, but another rotation. Holy.
So also just keeping an eye on bond yields as well. I've been extending gains throughout the session today. The US 10-year yield up around 2.28% on the session. It's at 4.585% now.
Full rotation here on Russell, ESNQ into our pivot highs. So your next risk off on NQ as we push up into 45s. I mean, there's really nothing else here. We'll just either rotate our upper range here now, like we have pathed on ES, and RTY will be able to expand, or we'll rotate again, trapping liquidity up into our highs and then rotating back down. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really know what else to say today other than like either you're listening or you're not. Like it's, you know, you don't even need to listen. You just need to draw 2 pivots on your chart and not take a short until we see a very clear rejection below. Just mechanical, set limits, let it play until it doesn't work. Big weekend plans? No. Sleep. Catch up on sleep. It's usually my wake up and plan. What about you? nice. Championship game's pretty big. Explain to me what the issue was, Ben. Like what is not clear? Is it just being emotional at edges? Like what? Why are you moving things? Why aren't you just letting the zones play? Like explain that to me so that I can better prepare you next time. I don't know. I don't know why people struggle on days like today, so I'm trying to understand. Because a lot of people have left, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Is it just like the unwillingness to accept that we're trading in a rectangle? But like, why are you looking for expansion? What am I saying on mic that is making you think that expansion occurs? And again, like the only reason I'm asking you specifically is because you're honest with me, whereas everyone else will be quiet. So you're like a good control. Yeah, you're good, man.
Hello, OPEX traders.
Yo,
What is up?
just trading the range, man.
Friday ranging.
I don't know. I'm really confused. I thought today would be like a cash grab for everyone, but it seems like everyone just tried to trade expansion instead. I don't really get it.
Classic.
Yeah, I don't really understand why. Days where we have like set risk and set reward just allows you to leverage up, right? Because we have very mechanical pivots. So there's nothing other than just play the pivots where buyers and sellers are at clear risk to reward in our rectangle market. And like if we get stopped out, then we get stopped out and then we can change our bias. But like at no point are we like invalidating our pivots or doing anything other than just oscillating with Russell, right? So like you just set very clear risk to reward, and then you can trade larger size because there's clear levels, clear rotations. Or you can trade less size. I mean, I don't care what you do, but like on markets like this, I trade more size, not less, because we're very defined. But like if like the 20-point stop on NQ is too much for you, or you know what I mean, like then you trade less size and allow your runners to run the full range. Right? If buying 270 and having a stop at 240 is too much, or if buying 240 with a stop at 220 is too much, you want to be lowering your size, but like the rotation up is still 100 points. Right? So you're risking 20 points for 100 points. That's a huge RR for a clear range trade. And the same thing on ES, right? Where we're risking 5 points or 6 points on ES at our lows for a how much?
25-point balance-ish.
Yeah, 25-point balance. So you're risking 5 to 6 points on ES for 25 points upside. I mean, these are huge RR moves with very clear risk to reward. Like, this is like the dream scenario for us as mechanical traders, if you just allow it to happen. I mean, I don't give a shit about OPEX. OPEX is whatever, but like I'm just going to be trading what the market gives me. Right? And like if we're not showing any interest below our 30-second opening range, then like why do I like I'm just playing with the participants, you know? Like it is what it is. But yeah, like sure, we can look for expansion if we start to see signs that we want to be, you know, building outside of value, but we had a huge movement overnight, and so now it's just like kind of a figure out what we want to do now kind of day, right? After that huge movement to the downside, build out a node, either retrace that node for like a gap fill into end of day, or we'll, you know, just continue to just chop here. But until we see a new participant, we have to just trade what is being given. And like again, like the risk to reward is just so juiced. Once I saw that we weren't going to expand and we started talking about trading in a box, I could have had 2 times where I could have sold decent profits. My limit orders were half a tick from being hit, and then we fell. So you added to a trade that you didn't take profit on?
Yeah. That was my problem with what he wrote. And the telling myself surely. So like you do the trade, you're crying over $12, you know, mark it out, and then you buy lower lows because of hope. Which is being okay with the large stop losses, just shifting your R&R skew so much that it completely changes the trade plan mathematically.
Yeah, so I mean, again, the things that we take out of that is we don't add to trades unless we're incredibly up on them and we don't expect price to come back down to our opening level. Right? That's like That should be one of your rules. We don't add down on emotional trades. So let's add that to your repertoire if it's not already. We don't hope for a specific price. If we see a seller, that seller is there. It is what it is, right? If we're a couple ticks away, we can take profit. We don't care about our imaginary price targets. Mean literally nothing. We don't control the market movement, right? We trade what is being offered. We take what's being offered. And when things don't work out, we accept it because we do not control the market. We do not trade with an ego. We understand what kind of market we're trading in on the day. We are either expanding or we are not, right? We're at rest, we're in balance. Today is a balanced day so far. And so as we push into edges, we take profit. We only look for expansion once we see a clear, concise push outside of balance and willingness to hold from outside of our edges. Or we'll be looking for clear failures outside of our range and entries back in for rotations through our balance, right? We understand our day type. We'll be looking for failures at our edges because it is a balanced day until proven otherwise. And if nothing invalidates, just let it be. And if you add to a position, understand that you're adding risk, right? So you either have set risk and you allow trades to play, but understand that every time you add to a position, you're skewing everything, right? You just need to be aware of it. It's one of those things that you don't think about in the moment about how much more you could lose every time you add a contract. There's no reason to be emotional when we're trading in a box, right? Either we hold the box and we rotate through the box, or we have a clear, concise shift outside of the box, and then we'll look for some sort of like clear offer, away from it, and then we'll get a new trade. But until it invalidates, we just trade what it is. Just. And if you struggle with these kind of markets, right, like this is a great day to paper trade and to practice and not trade with your real account until you can grasp these concepts of just looking for liquidity, dip into an area, and then playing the higher low, and then rotating up. Yeah, what Surf just said is the truest thing. I'm like actually like begging for people to talk to me today because it's just like me making money and everyone else quiet, which means that I know that everyone else is losing money. And I don't know why. It's just like Surf and I making money and everyone else just quietly bleeding for no reason. It's like my nightmare. Oh. Am I happy with the session? Yeah, it was a great session for me. But I mean, that doesn't matter. I care about what others are doing. Because if I'm not making you guys money, then what's the fucking point of me being here? Like, if your ego is too big to ask a question, and I'm literally sitting here trying to make you money, like that's a problem in itself, right? Just like, why you're here to learn. You're not supposed to be an expert. You're here because this is a safe space for you to learn how to trade. And as soon as you are too afraid to learn, right, and ask questions and make mistakes and recover from those mistakes and become better, you've already kind of lost, right? Because you are going to shy away from accountability as soon as you start to push away, right? Hole up. Like, if you're willing to learn, right, like you should be asking questions nonstop, asking, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Like, do you care or not? Right? Like, do you want to learn this? What matters more? You becoming successful in this journey and, growing, or having a sick screenshot every couple days when you actually are profitable? Right? Like, just ask yourself that. Like, what do you actually want out of this? Fake internet points or growth? And then go from there. Right, and like I don't want to, like, if we're just trading balance, like, again, like I hate showing money because I feel like you guys are going to take the wrong out of it. But I want to show you, like, risk to reward wise, just trading our pivots. Like, what does that actually look like on our loss side? What's our risk to reward today when it's so skewed in one direction? Right? Like, we have some L's, right? But the L's don't matter, man. Who cares? Who cares? We have clear range trades, right? We have clear risk to reward. If we get stopped, we get stopped on our runners. It'll be okay. Right? But we have clear rotations that are occurring here and entries back in. And if we can just accept that, right? Like, this feels really good. If we can get these little dips in and then bids and then just play into this high, right? Then same thing here. If we dip in and then get our reoffer and we play down. These are huge moves. This is a $1,000 trade here just from this pivot to this pivot. 250 to 310. Yeah, man. I mean, this is like a much better R&R than we usually trade because it's so defined. And so all you do is just wait for the higher low and then use this as your risk, right? Same thing here. This is our last trade we took and we rotated it up. Oh, I forgot. I always forget that, like, YouTube can't see. Right? Like, if we're just playing our pivots, like, it's just looking for that dip in and then buying the higher low and then using this as our risk and playing into first target and then playing into second target, right? It's just what we're talking about. Very clear risk. And, like, this stop out this is one of my L's on the day, right? But, like, here, let me scroll out so you can see what that looks like. This is already posted in Discord, but, like, our stop out is just mechanical. It's just our pivot invalidated after the higher low, right? We got our dip in, we got our bid, we played our rotation up, we took off 2/3 of our size, we stopped out of our rest, we then waited for the rotation down, failed this, and then we look for the bid on the look back in, and then we play it back up. Right? Like, there's nothing crazy here.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs saw a prior read of 410, while total rigs saw a prior of 548.
Right, and same thing on NQ. Pull up our NQ chart now. Right? We stop out of our long where we tried to add. We flip, or play the rotation down to our lows. We close into our known edge, into 240. We wait for liquidity to get trapped below. We look for the rebid. We play off of that as our risk. And we play it up. We play the rotation. We add here because this is still clearly holding. And then we close into our last seller. I don't need the exact top. I don't care. This is a huge trade. Right? But like, nothing's invalidated. And we know that Russell's sideways. So why are we looking for expansion if Russell's just like chilling and NQ is chilling in our pivots as well, right? Like there's nothing new. And as soon as we start to look for something new, but we haven't seen the proof, right? We're just like, we have this like thesis and all of a sudden we think that we have like, we're smarter than what's happening on screen, right? It's just like, well, what do we, like, why? Like, why or do we think that way? Like nothing is showing that we want to expand, right? Like, so why are we trying to put that scenario into existence, but we aren't actually pushing that liquidity in the market to make it happen? Right? We're one lot warriors. Just go with the flow. Appreciate you, Jason. Yeah. You're not hogging anything. You're good, man. I just want you guys to be... Communication is so key. As soon as you stop communicating and you're struggling, and it's right, like this is a common theme with you all, is that you're quiet until you give up, and then you'll talk to me. It is a very common theme here, where you struggle alone, and then at the end of the day, or at the end of your trading period, you come and you say, well, I'm done for the day, and then we have a conversation. And it's just be like, bro, I've been here begging you to communicate with me the entire session. Later, Zeno.
Me and Sig have been doing this for a long time, and the people who have made it are the ones who always talk early and talk often. Yeah. It's like the number one thing. So many people with different mentalities, different styles, different risk appetites, because we're all different, but the one commonality is always the honesty and early honesty within each day, honestly.
Well, yeah, Ben, I think that that's a good way to look at it. And I also just want to say, like, I'm here. Like, unless I'm muted, like, I'm giving a very clear play-by-play of what I'm doing. And so if you're counter trend trading me, you might have a pretty bad time. Like, I'm not saying that I'm always right. But I do have a 78% win rate on the day, right? So if you're like counter trending me, wow, like you gotta have like a pretty good reason to not just be making money side by side with me. Full rotation here on RTY from our highs again. No change. NQ held our 45s POC of our sell side. Rotating back down. We're watching to see if we reoffer here at 310s for this rotation. Back down to our low. Or if RTY is going to be able to sustain us. I don't have an answer for you yet. Very thin. Let's see what we do. But that's something to think about, is that if you are here and you aren't taking what I'm saying into account when you're taking a trade, there's this thing that happens with a lot of you. And again, like I don't want you to think that I have an ego here, but some of you have really profitable days and forget that you're here and you're trading the same things I'm trading, and then you try to go on your own and trade without me and then have a really bad time. And I'm not saying that you're copy trading. I'm not saying that you have to take every trade I'm taking, but like use me as a tool, right? Because that's what you're paying for, to help you have a bias on the day and to create levels and create a narrative to then play around, right? And if you go against the narrative that I am suggesting and you're here and you're counter trend trading me, it might not go very well for you. Again, I'm not always right, but I'm not going to be wrong consistently. We will change bias and then reevaluate, right? I'm very good at that. We will create the narrative on the day. We'll figure out where our buyers and sellers are. We'll identify it and we'll trade around it, right? That's what I think I'm very, very good at doing. So even if you don't want to take the same kind of trades I am, at least you will have a great way to identify where those traders are, and then you can do whatever the hell you want with that information. But like Surf said earlier, it's like if I say nothing has changed, then nothing has probably changed. Right? Like if we can't identify a shift in the market narrative, like we'll probably just rotate again. Yeah, and again, like I'm not always right, and Mario sometimes is in opposite trades as me, and I get stopped out, and it is what it is, right? Like, it, it it's not a problem to be in a different trade than me. Again, I have no ego about this. It's just like remember. I want for a lot of you that are newer, maybe not even newer, but are new to success, and your success is within the time frame that I am online, you know, from 10 to 12, and when I'm here to trade with you, you might want to think about that I might be part of your edge, you know?
Easy. I will say too, it's like generally like if you and me are on like a different side of something, it's
We're
like
shortly
you're
expecting the
holding
Baker
a
Hughes rig count
runner
data for the week.
and exiting where I'm like, and like
Yeah.
it's not there's no like structural difference
No.
or like real mechanical. It's just
I'm just like more willing to stop out on my runner for break even for
yeah,
rotation day.
yeah. And I'm just like taking the tiny counter trend.
Yeah.
It's but I think we've shown that a lot too, and that's like everyone's gonna trade differently, but like the system and even Aram's been around a lot lately, and even Ty, we're like they're all just trading well and surf. It's just like your own little flavor on the system we're trying to teach you guys. Like really focusing on like fundamentals of structure and being able to read order flow, and after that it gets easy.
Yeah, then it's just whatever you want to do with it. But like structure. That's what I when we talk about like having strong foundations, it's just like that's the stuff we want you to really hammer in on, because regardless if you're trading the top edge or the bottom edge here, right? Like you could be only shorting in this market and still be making money, just like I'm only longing and making money. It's just a rotational trade and a balance, you know? Like you can be on the opposite side of a trade and still be profitable because it's a ranging market. But the thing that you need to realize is that it's a ranging market, right? That's the problem, is when you look for expansion on a balanced day, you're going to have a really fucking bad time because you are the liquidity.
Baker Hughes total rigs 551, 551.
And that's where those fundamentals come in. It's like, oh yeah, that's not working. There's zero desire at our edges. Okay, then we'll look for the rotation back through, right? Because that's the higher probability to play. And again, if you struggle with days like that, that's okay. And like, you don't have to be good at all kinds of markets, but you do.
Oil rigs 415, 415.
If it's not your day type, it's not your day type. That's perfectly fine. But I will say that it is recommended that at least I recommend that you do learn how to trade balance, because the market is in balance a lot more than it is in motion. Right? So if you can learn how to, build out an edge while the market's in balance, you're going to have a lot more opportunity to take trades. I think you have to remember that like 70% of our volume is within our value profile, right? So that's where most of our trading is going to be taking place and happening. You can just be an expansion trader, right? That would just trades trend, but like, again, your opportunity is going to be a lot smaller. That's not a bad thing, but you just need to recognize that like, if you're unwilling to learn how to trade within value and learn the different kinds of rotations that occur, between value high and value low, and you're only looking for expansion, then you need to be very sure that you're able to identify expansion, right? Like, if you're not going to be a range trader, you need to have a very clear checklist of what is considered expansion and when to be looking for it. Because if you are always looking for expansion, no matter the day type, and you can't identify it, right, you're going to be wrong a lot more than you're going to be right. Just because, again, like, the market is in a balanced state more often than not. I think the problem with shorting is that if you don't have limited expectations, shorts can be really counterproductive, because a lot of the times shorts in this market are just pullbacks for better buying opportunity, right? So it can be hard that if you're unwilling to recognize that, right, and understand, like, again, being able to identify where buyers and sellers are and the overall direction of the market, it can be very tough, because you can give back a lot of gains on shorts, or be unwilling to just like recognize like what areas. How do I word this? Like, most of my shorts are much like, they're just rotations back down to our value low, right? And then it's just like, okay, well, that's all that is. And if we get lucky, we get like a runner that goes crazy because, the buyers stop buying at that price, and then we just get expansion. But like, most of my shorting opportunities, it's just like identifying a guy who's offsides above our highs and then just playing the rotation back through our range, right? Like that's the short usually, Jason. You know what I mean? Like it's nothing crazy. It's the same thing as the long, where we identify someone outside of our range and then we just play the range back up, right? So as soon as, it's not really about like a short or a long trade. It's about being able to identify someone outside of our balance and then just looking for that rotation through balance. It's the same trade on both sides on days like that, right? But you have an opportunity where you can either try to trade both sides of this, or you can just look at this, recognize what it is, and then look for that pullback and then trade that low again, right? You don't have to be on both sides of this trade. It's up to you, man. But like, it's a clear range regardless. But all you need to be able to do is identify people outside on a failed look above, and it's a look above and fail, or look below and fail, and then just play the rotation through and understand like where price is going to head based off of that. To me, I don't even look at it as like, I mean, I'm just like, it's just RR. I don't know. Like it's like, if we see a very clear reoffer and we have a clear target, like that to me is just like, oh, okay, like sure, I'll take free money. I don't know. The problem, I think, like trading shorts in this market is that you have to have a better entry, because again, like the trend is to the upside, so your entry matters a lot more, because we are in a market where people just want to buy on the higher time frame, right? So we end up going up a lot, and so you can have a lot of I guess call it a safer bid, right, for these rotations back up. It feels a little bit safer because the odds are in your favor that the market is going up. Whereas like with shorts, you want to be very clear with your risk and where you're initiating, right? You don't want to be short the middle of the range. You don't want to be short at your lows unless we see like a very clear flip, and then you have very limited risk where you're like have a very set risk with a stop. Or you want to only be interacting at your highs after we see like some sort of trapped liquidity and an entry back in, and then playing off of that, right? Where your execution matters a little bit more on the short side, it feels like. But like for me, if we know we're in a range trade and you know that sellers are into the highs, and you don't need to be on both sides, you can just be taking off size from your longs into where we know, a seller is located. You don't have to play both sides of a rotation. You can just take risk off of your long trade into that area and just let it be. You see me do this all the time where I won't flip. I'll just let myself get stopped out back at the lows on a runner because I believe in a potential expansion, and I'm willing to take give up unrealized gains instead of trying to play, the two-sided trading. I do it all the time. That's what Mario and I were talking about earlier, where like Mario might be on a counter trend scalp because he's playing the rotational trade, and I'm just like done playing the rotation, and now it's either we expand or I stop out and I leave for the day because I just can't be bothered anymore. Like that happens all the time where I'm just like, we either hit my hard time from target or I stop out. I can't be bothered to look for expansion. Or I can't be bothered to play the rotation again. Sorry. But right, like at no point does our narrative shift, right? Like our levels of where participants are located. It's just how you want to execute in that. You don't have to play both sides. There's no one's telling you have to. But to me, if like we're being very mechanical about it and we have clear zones, it's like I can just have a limit there and either it stops me out or it doesn't, and it is what it is. What's more likely, expansion or the rotation through with our, back down through our balance? And 90% of the time, the balance trade makes way more sense. Yeah, I mean, and again, like the only leave runners if you think it is going to help you prevent, if it's going to help keep you emotionally in check, I guess is the best way to put it. Because again, you shouldn't expect expansion on balance days, but if it will keep you from tripling down at the highs looking for expansion, and you're willing to give back your unrealized gains on a full rotation back down, right? That's a good thing. But if you're like, how do I word this, Mario? Like the reason why you leave a runner is as an emotional safety net for yourself, where it's like, I'm still in this trade, and if it expands, I make a ton of money. If it doesn't, I'm happy with the gains that I've had, and it'll stop me out, and I won't take any. I accept what it is, right?
I think the latter part of that is where actually most people struggle. Is where like the I am happy with this, or like I accept this. It's a greed problem.
Yeah, and if you can't accept it, right, then you just take full profit into target, and then it is what it is, right? Like it's either one. You can't, right? Because again, like we have a very static set of risk to reward today, and so taking full profit into our zone highs is a completely rational trade. Seeking and looking for expansion is a pure hopium play with potential to make you lots of money, but also potential to give back all of those unrealized gains on your last contract. And it's up to you. Does that keep you from overtrading? For me, it keeps me from overtrading. It allows me to just chill in a runner and see what happens. You know what I mean? I let my runners do a lot of work for me.
Hello, Rory. Galaxy dog, holy.
And again, a reason why I'm willing to do that, Jason, is because we've defined our risk to reward, and we've taken off for 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 already. And so like we already know that we're compounding gains on the day. And what I care about is the ability to maintain a positive expectancy. That is my entire point of existence, is just to maintain a positive expectancy on the day. And if I understand that if I can maintain a positive expectancy and I can take off risk for double what I put on, right? Even 1-to-1, I'm still happy with that because we've played within our system, right? And I know that I have a higher win rate than 50%. And if I have a higher, even if I'm taking off at 1-to-1 and I have a 51% win rate, I know that over time I will be profitable. And with a 78% win rate on the day, and if I'm playing a clear rotation with clear logic at our pivots, right, we have a even higher probability to make money, right? It's not a 1-to-1, it's a 4-to-1 on the day. So if we can take off for 2-to-1 as first target on the day, our expectancy is already great. So there's no reason to not be putting on risk at these edges because it's so defined, right? And so when we do get our runners to run, it feels fucking fantastic. And even when things don't work out, right? Our risk is clearly defined and our losses are very limited, right? So that creates these trades where our average trade, is like 500 bones, right? That's this rotation from here to here on NQ, right? That's this. And it's like a 40, 50 point area. But our big runners are the full rotation, right? That's 100 points. And it's very defined. As soon as you can like rationalize that, like, oh yeah, I'm just compounding on the day, things feel good, we have clear risk to reward, we have clear targets, we have clear, like, I'm willing to play within these parameters that the market is giving me on the day. Like, oh, okay, sick. I realize that if I have, you know, even a 51% win rate, I will be making money if I'm playing target to target and being mechanical. And with like very clear logic on the day and strong foundations that we've built out of how we trade through structure, right? Our probabilities are even higher than that, and that is our edge. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll trade this, we'll trade this. We know where we're headed. You just have to like be rational with it. It's so easy to get emotional and be like, oh, God, what if I do this? What if I do that? And it's like, no, just, this is why we preach the mechanical. Just, we're buying the higher low. We're buying the failure to look outside of a balance. We have trapped liquidity at our lows. We will rotate our highs, right? Like, it just is what it is. We have a rule set. We're following our rule set. So like, again, like, let's look at our NQ chart here of, with our range that we have on here. I'm gonna just pull up a little screenshot. What do we see on the 5-minute delta chart that I've given you guys? What's going on in this low? What do we see? Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, we've got some traders that are a bit off sides, and then we've got a very clear high or low. Right, we've seen some buying that's happening into this low, and then we have a clear bid that stepped up and rotated us back up to these highs. Right. And do we see that here as well? Right, where we've identified our trap, and we've given multiple opportunities to either try to buy this or buy this re-entry with this as your risk, right? But like, we're still not seeing that desire to push lower, and what we're not seeing into our highs is really like an insane amount of absorption, right? All we're seeing is that there's no desire to push lower. These guys are getting eaten or in a higher low, very clear shift, and now it's just chopping in balance into these highs. But like, at no point have we identified someone willing to really like step down or play off of for a short, right? It's just playing back down and then playing the recovery of this balance. There's no one up here that I want to really be playing with as like a trapped buyer at our highs. It's just like passive selling that's happening, but nothing crazy. But what we do know is that there is someone trapped at our lows. And so as soon as we see that, it's like, oh, okay, sick. I'm just going to play this rotation back up with the potential of us to expand until I see something that proves that otherwise. Yeah, 100-point range on NQ with like clear risk is like, with like very limited risk is just like dream scenario for me. Okay, so still here, would this be anticipating too much since we are still in balance, taking a short into these known sellers, or was my entry too early? But like, what entry? Like, I don't, what known sellers? You're just talking about like this was already offer? So I would be looking to see reactions into our top edge. If we can look in and then we fail and we see sell side taking in size, then you can look for a short on the reoffer so that you then have a limited risk. Because what's your stop now? What does your stop have to be? Like 68? Like what are you going to put your stop at? Like what's your invalidation? If we just continue to go up with the higher lows. Like your stop seems very arbitrary in that picture. This is ES into our full target here. Again, like I've posted, Ben, the entirety of the day, I've had the same zones on NQ. So why are we ignoring my zones and just trading random nonsense when I have very clearly defined zones on my chart that you're watching? This is what I'm kind of like, what I was getting at earlier. It's like, why am I here? So this is our 30-second opening range high here as we push into our 60. What we're going to be watching for is the ability to build above this or a very clear absorption into this for a short, right? So this is where we're going to be watching. Can we expand or do they take in? Let's look at what happened on the last attempt into this area that created viable shorts. We can use historical price to give us a game plan of what we would be expecting into these highs. What happened on this last attempt? Well, we looked in, buyers tried to sustain above, right? They failed, and then we rotated back through to our known buyer, right? And then what was offered to us? Well, the full balance trade was offered to us, right? The lower high, after we found a seller. So after this failed into our highs, what happened? Well, we sell side stepped in, buyer stepped out of the way, we rotated back down to our demand, right? Our buyer here. And then we got a lower offer where sell side defended, and that allowed for a rotation down. So where do shorts make sense? Well, your shorts either make sense off of a clear showing of absorption into these highs and a entry back in with sellers stepping down, or a retest and defense of our new seller, right? Those are the areas where you want to be looking for short, because if not, you're just taking a random YOLO at an edge where we haven't seen a seller stepping in yet, right? We're still showing higher lows. We're still seeing a buying trend. It is our high, right? But nothing has shown yet that there is a participant here that wants to keep us in this range. And when they do show, we can play it, right? But we aren't in the game of guessing if people are still going to be where they were previously. We can identify them very clearly with this thing called absorption, and then we can play the rotation back in the range off of the look above and fail, right? There's no reason to be preemptive in this. We have multiple opportunities, as we see in the past, right, on a failure to sustain above our range high. So why be predictive when we know what to look for, you know? It's not even about that. It's just like what you're still ego buying. You're still ego selling instead of just trading structure. And I don't know if you realize that's what you're doing. Like, why not just wait for the clear lower high and then play that as your risk? Like, let's pull up your trade. even your entry here, like again, if you're going to play off of our previous
Seeing a
sell,
bit of strength in the S&P 500 here.
why wouldn't you take it on first attempt? Why are you waiting for this very clear bid to hold and then trying to short here again when we're just holding? What's the narrative here off of taking this secondary move when we're sustaining a clear push to the upside, and the seller who was here on first attempt was very weak? What makes you think that this now makes sense where we're making higher lows? And what is this stop based off of? What's actually happening? Right, like, do we see the clear higher low here on the bid where longs make sense to then use this as your risk for the upside move? So what would we want to see on this sell from this area? Well, first of all, I wouldn't want to see us take out our highs, which is what we did, because that's a pretty good narrative to let us know that we might go higher, especially if we don't then breach this range, right? So what we've done is we are now holding in this range. So where do I want to be looking for shorts? Either into our highs, absorbing, and then looking for this rotation down, for this continuation down, right? Trapping this liquidity above and then showing clear selling below this. So you have two opportunities, either looking for this or this, because we have a trapped liquidity, right? But you should be expecting that a buyer is going to try to defend where they were last now that we're back into this range. There's nothing new about this narrative other than buy side is holding. And we have this very clear buyer that's trying to defend this. We're back into this range and we're defending this edge now, right? So until we get below that edge, your risk is, your reward is very limited. Because you have no one to be playing around in our side. So I want you to look at our narrative right now into these highs and tell me what has changed. What has shifted? What has potentially shifted into these highs? What could be telling us that we might be done with balance? What do we see that's changed in our narrative from the first 3 hours of the day? It's on my screen right now. If you need a hint. Sure. But is there a clearer signal that we've been playing around for the entirety of the day? Look at Russell. Yeah. Is RTY oscillating, or did we just breach highs and are now holding expansion? Do we have a new catalyst potentially for a breach higher? Well, why were we range trading for so long today? Well, Russell was sideways, right? So if RTY wants to build outside of this oscillation and we now are testing into our highs and we're willing to hold it, then we can look for expansion. But again, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. You need to have clear criteria to know why you're looking for what you're looking for, right? If you are a trend trader, you need to know when trend is starting. That's the first step. Just like what
it's too complicated.
Like you need to know how to identify a balance day. So if you can't identify when we're attempting to expand, that's the first step. You have to be able to identify when patterns shift. So would we be asking ourselves if this is just a look above and fail at this point, or are we beyond that? And we're never beyond a look above and fail idea, but we have to be playing off of the idea that buyers are willing to attempt outside of value right now. And so until we re-enter inside of value, we will treat it as buyers attempting to breach us out and expand on the day. You just have to. It's just a rule of the market. Right? We have a very clear invalidation, and it's called our value high. Are we sustaining above value high? Are we sustaining above VWAP? Are we sustaining above POC? Right? Where are we sustaining? Where are buyers attempting? These buyers could be offsides eventually, but right now, what are they trying to do? They're trying to flag and build us out. They're not trapped currently, right? And until they are trapped and we can identify them as trapped, we have to go with the narrative that buyers are trying to expand on the day. What will we do if they do get trapped? Well, we know how to play that, right? We'll then look at this as trapped liquidity. We'll look for the rotation back to POC. We'll look for the reoffer of our value high on a re-entry back in, and then we'll play the rotation down, right? That's a classic profile trade. But until then, right, we're outside of value, and we will look for them to try to build here. Same thing on Russell. We'll look for them to try to defend and build outside of our balance until they fail, and then we'll look for that rotation back in and then play the reoffer and then play our clear rotation down, right? We can't, just because they're outside of value doesn't mean that they're offsides. Nothing yet has told us that these guys are offsides. They're just building outside of out of value, right? So we follow our rules of our system. If price is willing and showing desire to expand outside of our value, where we've spent 70% of our day, right? That is a tell. And until we look back in and then reoffer it, we will accept that they are trying to expand when we have clear targets above. Right? There's no reason to bring ego into it. We have rules. Either we hold our value high edges across the board, or we'll enter back in and we'll play the reoffer of our value high and the rotation through value. Right? That's the plan. This is why we talk so much about like having mechanical setups, right? These are just classic volume profile plays, looking for, yeah, right? Like it just is what it is. I'll bring out the old trusted screenshot of our right? Like, okay, of course it's too big. Again, like, what do we want to see? Right? Well, we have to re-enter value high and fail from a look above for this to be a rotation through value in a sell. Just like at the lows, on an entry back in, we look for the rotation through. If not, we'll expand and hold our value edge and then rotate up. Right? It is what it is. Do you see that this is your entry? This is then your risk, and you're looking for that as your reward. Do we see that that's the entry? and that's your reward in these plays, and that you're not shorting this first test at our edge, but the acceptance back in. We identify someone offsides and then we play around them. We don't expect prices to come back up here if offer is going to lower and rotate us through. Right? Same thing, same concept, same everything.
Along right now? Brother, I would not. Well, what would tell you that we were going to look for expansion? What does your footprint show here? Well, okay. What do you see in terms of order flow? You don't need a footprint to decide those things, like... No, on footprint. What this confusion to these questions is telling me is that you don't really know what you need to see. You actually, like, what your entry signals are. Well, then you should not be entering.
Watching for Russell to come down here into our PVC value here at 804s, and ES retesting our value edge here now that we're filling our LVN. Watching to see how we interact here as we retest our value edge. Again, we have a plan for a re-entry if this is going to fail off of our look above, off of our reversion zone, or if we're going to bid here. We want to see Russell stop selling. We want to see NQ and ES show interest at our pivots on our value edges. We either start to build out here or we don't. It is what it is. This is our 30-second opening range here on ES at 460. Watching to see if RTY can hold a higher low here. $30 till new 15s so far. Decent reactions off of our value edge on ES as well as Russell. Watching as we retest into our VWAP on RTY after this initial bid. I just realized Discord chat's been off this whole time on stream, so you guys haven't been able to see this conversation that we've been talking about on YouTube. Or we've been talking about it on Discord. There we go.
Honorary, there's an easy fix for that.
Yeah.
Why do you say there's more interest to sellers, Ben? I'm gonna let you talk for kind of dig through this for a second before I. Here's my hint, Ben. What I posted with that, care nothing about the lows of the range. That wasn't your question for it either. Well, you asked what is an ideal long on ES right now. And I asked what do we need to see to make that decision. And then I said you should rely on your order flow and learn that. So then I posted a picture. And I said, can you gather or extract any information that would support that thesis? Right? And what is the first step with any that I teach you for any footprint? And then what? Okay, so do that. Nothing you said did any of that. Nor did anything you say give directionality. There will always be ranges of participants.
If you're playing off of this value edge test on ES, this is your first risk off as we push into 68, where this absorption started to show. It's just your first risk off. There's no change. It's just 8 points off of our value edge retest at 62. Now rotating back up. RTY, great bounce at our value high, and continuation retesting into view up now. No change in any of the pathing that I've drawn on screen or our levels. See if we can push higher this time or if they'll continue to take in size here. I'm trying not to like give anything away while you guys are talking, but I just have pathing on screen. We're gonna have to really get through this 40 guy on NQ. It's 40 to 50, decent size was taken in there. Just like, again, ES into 68 to 71. Watching our retest now. Let's see what they do. Again, great first risk off. You're playing off of your value edge retest. Let's see if we can flip this. Show some speed.
I think you're not looking at this stuff granularly enough, Ben, to kind of answer your questions. You're very general.
I think Ty, if RTY can just get this look overview up and actually sustain, we'll be good. But got to get over this. 80 is going to be tough. Yeah, that is my first target as well from ETH. ETH has such clear pathing for NQ. But I think that we could probably see the gap fill into end of day if we can start to do this move outside. Especially if we get over 80s, because if we get over 80s, then 600, and then 640, and then 700 is very likely. We'll just trade previous day value. But if we can't even show interest over 680, then we don't really have a shift. This guy on NQ, though, is like fucking obvious. We need a breach right now. I mean, the same thing on ES, really. Into this 6970 area, this ledge on our delta profile. So if RTY just maintains balance, we can potentially just keep pulling on NQ and ES. Yeah, with higher lows, right? So we'll continue to oscillate, and NQ and ES will just make higher lows on each rotation. That would be my guess with Russell oscillating if we can't get the breach. But I really hope we do. I mean, our RTY has such a clear potential trade going on right now with here. This is what I've got on this is my RTY chart on my. Like, it's just a clear shift out of our balance, right? So I'd like to see us head up to that 30-second opening range. But we'll see.
Ben, I don't. I'll type some stuff out for you, but I don't disagree with that. But we were talking about this earlier, where you have to have your fundamental and foundational base. That's why I was asking these very basic questions. Because if you can't, you're going to have no like mechanical follow through or like be objective through any trades. It's gonna purely be subjective the entire time.
Into our edge here again on our profile on ES. We can see them trying to take in size here again into the 69.70. See if we can flip it or if they'll continue to absorb into that edge, just like we were talking about. I don't think you get a clear move until we see Russell hold this VWAP here on retest and a clear push over these pivots on NQ and ES. POCs of previous 15s basically is what I'm saying. We have 2 minutes for that to happen. I'd like it to happen then, because if we fail here again, I would assume that we'll go down for that 70 to 80 liquidity on NQ first, which would just be our value retest, right? But if we like peter out here, then it's like, oh yeah, of course, then we'll peter out, and then we'll have to come down to this liquidity first before we can go on our way. Right, or make a decision getting back into value, like we were talking about before. So it'll become like a pretty important area for a decision if we can't get over this absorption that's happening here into this high. So we'll see, but I mean, I'm still long. But
US 30-year government yield to rise 10 basis points, touches session high at 5.13%.
And we have to get through this guy that's just chilling here for no reason. Just let me go to target, man. Holy. Yeah. So I'm hoping that that's bullish, not just a absorption and then rotation back through trap kind of deal. I'm hoping we go to 15s on RTY, ideally. But I guess we'll see. It'll all be if we can bid on this VWAP. Regardless, it was a beautiful ES value retest. Even if we don't get the expansion that we want, it was still a great hold, which is what I was looking for long entry personally, with Russell holding where we wanted. Right, we always wait for Russell to do its pullback, and that gives us our great trade for our rotation up. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Just wait for Russell to stop selling. And then trade into our structure on ES and NQ. Structural pivot with RTY bounce equals reflexive trade in the market. Taking off my first risk on ES here as we take out highs. We have now officially opened above POC of our three candle balance that we just did there, above our value high. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And 80 is target on NQ, by the way. We were just talking about that, but just in case you were not listening to Ty and I talk. For ES, I just took off 5 lots. I have 10 lots left. I'll look for like 75s and then 80. Or if RTY gets to target first, that, and we'll see.
Bye, Ty.
Later, man. Have a good weekend.
I don't know if we'll have much more resolution than this.
There's the delta profile on the side, and here's our pathing that we suggested. here is Russell pathing as well with our hold of our value POC. If you can't garner an entry of where we're looking for buyers to be based off of these 3 images, I don't know. So the reason why I was quiet during that is because you asked where your entry was after I just told you that we were looking for value rotations to occur, where we retest into our value edge. So it's just like all I'm watching for is how we interact at our value high on retest, right? Like we built outside, so I'm watching that. There's nothing else for me to do other than to see how we interact as we push down into our value edge. So what Mario posted right after that is showing you very clear absorption into our highs. And so we're going to be looking for a pullback. And then our pullback that we're looking for is just into our profile, right? And like, what's our usual catalyst for our next leg? Well, Russell finding a low, right? So our entry vehicle is just a hold of our pivot and a look for ES to show clear acceptance outside of value above our value high, and RTY to find clear acceptance out of value outside, right, at our value high edge, which is what we did, right? So, yeah, it did the thing, right? That's what we wanted to see for expansion. There's nothing else to do other than just looking to see if we can sustain a pullback. And then what do we do once we retest that seller who is absorbing the buyer into our highs? And we've clearly flipped, and now we're trying to bid above. We'll see if we trap here or if we can actually sustain the push. But yes. RTY had such a solid setup there, just with the again, like, it's just PVZ is giving you all of the information you need, to be honest. But if you don't want to use that, right, just throw a fixed range profile on your standard trading chart, and just watch to see if we find acceptance outside of value, boys. Like, this don't overcomplicate it. Yeah, I mean, Rusty it's so nice, man. The only reason I don't trade Russell is because it's so thin. I'll take it to an occasional trade if things are just like really playing out, like I did yesterday. I took one, but it's such an easy gauge to make really solid trades with clarity on NQ and ES. Like, there's no better, quote unquote, indicator for good trades. It's just because, and again, it's a super simple concept once you grasp it, which is we have full market participation across sectors. We're going to go up, and it's going to be a really nice uptrend, right? We have an up thrust across the full market. Those are the moves we want to be playing. No divergence. Is RTY being thin why we don't have... I personally just don't... I have never looked at a Russell footprint a day in my life. I don't trade it. I use RTY as a oscillator or as a kind of a reference point for my EQ, my ES and my NQ. I have the footprints on those because I'm trading those. So I am actively watching them as a historical representation of our DOM because I am an active trader on both of them. I'm not an active trader on Russell. I just use it based off of its structural pivots. I don't think you need more on Russell other than just like a volume profile and a view up, personally. But if you trade Russell, yeah, you should for sure have a footprint on it. I just don't have enough screen space for all that, or find that I've needed it so far. But like I always say, and there's no reason to overcrowd or have too. You can have a bit of an information overload, right? So you have only the things on that you're actively using, or it will become noise, right? You want indicators and volume profiles, all of that. Those are all tools to help you see information and cut down on the work that you have to do to make good decisions. If they aren't doing that for you, then they should not be on your screen.
What he says is very important there. They have to be doing something for you. They don't, just by existing, they don't do anything.
This is target 480 on NQ, as well as our 75s on ES. Yeah, and if you feel like you have too much on charts, right, like have a separate chart like that has nothing on it, you know, and have one that has the useful information or something that you can turn it on and off. But I hope with like what I've shown is like, you know, we've identified like very basic things with just a volume profile in the day, and then our footprint. But like that's really all you need when you think about it. Everything else should just be a way for you to help see information clearer, right? Like the levels indicator, etc. Like all of these things are just tools so that you don't have to do that work yourself. When I log in the morning, I want to have done as little work as possible to make educated decisions, right? All of my levels are already set. Everything is already planned out for me. I turn on my charts. I have a understanding of where we are and where we're likely to go, because I built out indicators that helped me do that. All right, again, this is a great first target into our 75s and our 80s on NQ. Russell showing a bit of weakness, coming back down to our view up. I've taken off 2/3 of my size here from our value hold, and I'll probably just chill. I'll be right back.
US State Department says the Israel and Lebanon cessation of hostilities will be extended by 45 days to enable further progress. And the State Department says that the State Department will reconvene the political track of negotiations on June 2nd and June 3rd.
And this is one of the reasons that why I turn off indicators all the time, right? Because we draw out our levels, we keep our charts pretty clean, and then we have a pathing idea, right, that we're then following based off of what we've inferred from the indicators that we have on chart. And then once we have that, we can then turn them off and then just watch our plan play based off of the zones that we've created and the narrative that we've created around our levels. I think it's really important to do that every once in a while. Just like turn things off, be like, oh yeah, do we see anything? Is there too much noise? Is there anything that's invalidated? Right? Keep it clean. And then we go from there. I remember for NQ why we care about this 480. And we're gonna open up our ETH session and just show this again. These were where our seller sat last, right? This was that the 70 to 80 area was this LVN that we've got going from our overnight session. Let's pivot. So we'll watch to see if we can flip this and then trade this upper rotation. If we can recover this 80, we should be able to traverse this node is what I would hope for, right? Into our 600, previous day value low. But we'll see. I'd expect that if we were going to build here, right, we'd look for something like this and then hit our heads at 520, 530, retest this 480, and then traverse this range like so. If we can sustain and build here. Maybe something like that. And then we have a very clear understanding of where we would head if we could get back above this. We'll just trade previous day range, right? But we would have to see acceptance back in. Oops.
Ben, do you have any comments on what I wrote? Okay. Important ES look here.
NQ 30-minute, please. You see 70 to 80 was support resistance. Yeah, 80 is our bottom of our range there, so we have to breach above that if we want anything more. So it made for a really good risk off. We're watching for a pullback now to see how we interact here. This is that absorption before that we had on ES at this like 68, 70 area. We're watching to see if buyers can now defend or if this is going to re-offer and sell. Again, like NQ, and as very clearly shown interest here sell side wise on a pushback down. And I think we're going to go to my pathing now. Yeah, I think we're going to go down to this 70 here on NQ would be my guess. Like I have pathed off of hitting our target, off of a lack of desire. Let me just watch Russell to find a low. But we should an easy way, Abu, for you to inference like where we're headed is we shouldn't expect that if we took out highs and we push lows, I would assume that we'll take out lows, right? Because now we have offside liquidity into highs. So I'd expect one.
I'll take a phone call really quick.
Yeah, you're good. So I'd expect a move down to like 53 here on ES and 70 area on NQ. And we'll watch for a re-offer off of a failure if it's going to do it. Right, because we're looking below value on ES, and NQ is coming into our value. So we'll watch our Russell pivot here, see if we can find a bid again into these lows as NQ comes down into our value edge off of this failure above. But I don't think that there's a viable short here on ES or NQ until we look back below. So if we're going to get the short, it's like what we talked about earlier, where we'll test into POC and then look for the reoffer. If not, then this is just Russell finding a pullback with NQ into our target. And then we just come back up to retest to see if this range breakdown is going to hold or not. Is there a way to assess the probability of whether a reoffer will occur, or is it likely to straight move down to the low of day? Right now, I think it's just a rebid, if anything. We'll see. So like the speed and size of the move, and I mean like the way that I weigh it, Jason, would be how many of our variables does it meet, right? How many things can we check off our checklist of a offside trader, right? Like of a reversal. Like if we're looking for a reversal, what criteria needs to be met for that reversal to be solid and not just a pullback, right? Like what is the difference between a pullback and a reversal of trend? What are we looking for in those, right? Because like that'll increase our probability with each variable that's met, right? It goes from like a D setup to a C setup to an A setup, right? We go up the more things that we can check off our box. So like the first thing that we always are going to look for is like, is someone offsides? And is there a reoffer, right? Like that'll be the second thing. Where would we be looking for that participant to be located? But unless some like crazy news event happens or some sort of like crazy volatility happens, like we should be looking for reoffers. Like if the trade doesn't have a reoffer, you probably don't want to be in it. This is your first risk off if you're playing off our pivot here at 400 to 370. Russell also just into our offer here. We'll be watching to see if sell side sits into this. Wide range bar and high volume off the top. I mean, it can be enough, but like, again, like we haven't shown acceptance back into value, man. Like that's all we care about on NQ, or we have to consider this as a potential just pullback, right? And that's kind of what I was getting at before is like nothing has invalidated, like we have this seller, right? We've identified a buyer offsides outside of a range. This is our range, right? We've now trapped liquidity into our lows, into our buy area where we were expecting a buyer to be. We are now watching to see, now that we've entered back into this rotation, if this seller sits here and is willing to then send us down, keeping these guys offsides, or if from this liquidity that we've just taken in, we now can bid back above this balance high and then keep going, right? That's our choice. Has anything invalidated on our RTY setup? No, right? We just came back to our pivot and we bounce. It's very reflexive. Are we still holding over our value structure? Yeah, right? We're still, this is our value high right here in the day at 70s. So, right, like until we get back below, I can't be looking for a new low of day. Can we be playing at this as a reoffer area and where we should be taking off our first risk? Most certainly, right? That makes sense. Selling into this 25 to 40 is your first target off of this look. But now we have to watch to see if sell side is willing to sit here and get us back below value and then rotate us to POC. And then we should get this rotation like this. That'd be my guess. Oops. These are just like, these are pretty basic concepts from the profile, right? Like this is a combination of trading a balance trade and our volume profile in the day. So again, we have liquidity that's trapped outside of a range that we just traded in. We pushed above, we failed. We've now re-entered and we're now holding our range highs. This is where we'd expect the seller to be if they were going to try to maintain. We need to get below and get back below our value high here for downside to happen. Or this can just be rangy trap trades on either side while we build out this upper node. So yeah, I don't like the more variables that we meet, the higher the probability of our sequences to play out, right? I don't know if I'm making sense. I hope I am. But like, how could I know that this is where our seller would try to be? Like, what do we see here that is telling us that? Just off of our structure, not even looking at footprint. How can we infer that that's where that seller would be located and why we should be looking to risk off there? Right? Like that, if you can answer that question, that's a great first step of figuring things out. Like I didn't just like make that up, right? Like what is that level? Right? Like, so let me turn off all indicators. Like why could we infer that that's where that seller would be? By what I just drew on chart. Right? Like that's value high of that range, right? Like that's where So if sell side's going to hold, right, like this liquidity is offside, it's outside of range. We have entered back into this range. We've gotten our bid. We've rotated it back up. Sell side is now sitting here again, right? Just like they were on these previous attempts. That makes sense if we're going to try to punish these participants here. Yeah. And then, like, why are we looking for at this high as our reference point? Well, this is where sellers were for a lot of today, right? This is our top of our range. So if we're now ranging here, and this is our structure in this high, I'm going to do 2 profiles here. I'm going to do one here, and I'm going to do one here. What's in common with this area that I'm watching? What's very in common here with this area? What's our value high of our structure, right? So as we come into this, we're going to see if buying is going to hold this high, or if we're going to get back in and retest it as resistance, right? That's why it's our pivot, because this is our invalidation of, just like we were looking at this as an offside participant in this little micro range that we just trade, this is our overall range, and these guys might be offsides above. Do you get me? Just like here, where we use this as a reference, we can now use this entire section as a potential reference if we get back in and then reoffer. That's the idea, is that we're applying the same concept but on two very different time frames. Right? So this is either going to be an incredible area to bid off of, right? Off of a hold of our value and showing that we have shown acceptance outside of this balance. Or we'll re-enter in and we'll look for participants to push us back down to POC and then re-offer this value and then rotate us through our range, giving us a couple solid entries. Either the re-entry off of the failure to get back out of value after bouncing POC, or the look below POC and then the rotation back down to our value low, right? Because then what have we shown that the market is interested in trading? Well, if we enter back inside value, right, we would expect that then that is the auction in which that the market wants to trade, right? That's the whole logic behind it, is that, yeah, like if buyers are unwilling to buy here into our highs, then we will do the rotation to where they were willing to buy into our lows, right? That's the whole concept. It's either we have acceptance in our auction or we don't. And if we don't, then we will tread through value. Sorry, I know this is getting a little much.
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $105.42 a barrel, which is up $4.25 or 4.2%. Natural gas June futures settling at around $2.96. Diesel June futures at around $4.05. Gasoline June futures at around $3.70.
So we're just headed down to this POC, and we're headed down to our RTY lows. Until RTY finds that low, we don't expect our bounce. But once we do, we'll look to see how they interact here as we push down. I'd expect a relief bounce that gives us our reoffer that we're looking for once Russell comes down into these lows and NQ comes down into our POC here, into our like 310, 320 area. And then we'll watch that. But we're just following our pathing that we mapped out across the board, right? It just is what it is. It is how the market moves through value. I'm not a genius. We're just playing structural shifts. And then let's see if we get this reoffer. It only happens if Russell finds this bounce here. If not, we'll just do a full transition through value. Yeah, it's just going to be like if Russell rejects our POC to value high here after hitting our value low, and we hold within this range, then we can look for more downside with Russell lead. Same thing with like why we were looking for that relief here at our POC and on ES here into our lows. I don't know if we're going to get the full rotation back up to value. It's going to depend on if Russell wants to hold these lows or not, or if we were going to start to lead down. But we can find
the Trump administration pushes to speed oil permitting in Alaska. This is the Interior Department plan, which is aimed at National Petroleum Reserve Alaska,
where we should be expecting these areas of relief, and then we look for the rotations.
So Interior Secretary Burgum says, we know we can speed up permitting.
And again, like PVZ is doing all of this work for you. Like even if I wasn't here, these concepts are literally done for you. Where we should be expecting it, where that bid is going to be, everything is laid out and done for you. Our bounce point on Russell, like I just turned off all drawings. You can see that RTY has found our bid at our value. NQ has found our bid at our POC, just like we talked about. All of these things are just like very basic concepts of how we rotate through structure. And then it's just like, do we hold our value high now on retest after bouncing POC? If we do, we should then look for POC to then hold as resistance, right, off of this move. This is where we then watch to see if sell side fails. And then if we can rotate down, then we'll trade through structure, right? Like this is just, again, I am not a wizard. This is just how auctions move and work. This is very basic. And as soon as you can understand and grasp these fundamentals, trading becomes so much simpler. But if you don't want to put in the basic work to even do this, like I don't know what to tell you. This gives you your game plan on how you should be attempting and where you should be attempting, right? So we got our reflexive bounce across the market, exactly where we thought we would. Now we're watching Russell as we push back into POC to value high of this range. This is where either sell side is going to step in, and then we will get another leg down on our market as NQ comes up into our 373.80 area. This is our value high on retest after testing our POC. This is exactly what we were talking about. This is either going to flip and we will bid, or we will hold here and then we will look for the rotation down through our range. We move with the market. The market is moving together. We find local pivots for each theme. We look to see how we interact into those pivots. So if you took a scalp off of our POC, this is your first risk off on NQ and on ES, as well as Russell. This is the low of our balance that we've now bounced into our high. We are testing to see if we reject here or not. I hope I am clear. What does it mean if we hold POC and recover our value high? Well, that buyers still have desire, right? and that we want to then continue higher. What does it mean if POC holds, but then value shows clear sell side interest, and then we get below our POC where those buyers tried to initiate? Well, that means that we're going to have to go down, right? There's not enough interest, lack of desire, and there's going to be a lot of trap traders outside of value on our highs. And then we'll rotate through that.
SpaceX picks NASDAQ as its listing venue for its initial public offering. SpaceX to price initial IPO as early as June 11th, set to list shares on June the 12th. SpaceX shares are set to trade under the ticker SPCX, according to sources.
Again, as we push into 380, 370, this should be your first risk off. We're watching to see if we absorb here, and if we rotate down off of it into our value edge. We want Russell to lose momentum if we're going to do the sell. If not, we will just rotate up off of a clear showing that there's buyers still at POC, and we recover value, and then we rotate up. You leave a runner for it. And just watch to see if we lose momentum here or not. It's really that simple. Do we recover our value edge or not? I have one left from our low here on NQ. 340 average. I cannot reiterate enough how valuable being able to identify where relief bounces and where selling should be expected is in the market. And again, we're not doing anything crazy here, but being able to predict that we're getting relief at these areas just gives you so much opportunity, man. Later, Surf. I mean, that bounce from our POC on NQ into our value highs at $1,000 trade per contract. Do we even need the breakout to continue? Hell no. I'm happy with that. And remember, it's all based off of where Russell was likely to find a low, which is our value low of our rotation, right? And if we get the reoffer here, beautiful. Then we'll look for the continuation down, following our pathing. We'll stop out of our POC, and then we'll play this to the downside. POC to value low, right? It is incredibly important that sell side gets us below this pivot, or this is going to be a higher low bid and a failure from sellers here. We're watching Russell to let us know as well, right? We're following our Russell movement. Let's see if Russell does something like this instead and wants to come up to VWAP, then we have potentially one more leg where we are going to have to stuff into these highs. We want to see sell side really try to defend this and then get us below this POC, show that interest. Then we rotate down to our value low. We've taken off our risk from our bid, right? We've done everything that we need to. Now we let the trade play. Nothing is invalidated about the short. The short is profitable if you're trying off of that side. Nothing is invalidated about the long if you're long off that side. Both edges make sense. We just watch Russell for follow through to allow us to let us know which way we're going to go. Oh boy. As soon as Mario's back, I'm out of here. I'm staying way later than I wanted to. I didn't realize it was 2:43.
I have been back for so long. I did not realize I was muted still. Holy, I've been like talking and stuff.
Okay, well.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool.
Just when you said that, I was like, what are you talking about?
Oh, my bad if I was talking over you. I was unaware.
No, I mean, well, I was muted, so.
It's funny. All right. Well, yeah, we'll see what happens here. But that played out to a T. Hopefully, some of you were able to understand the logic behind it, and we'll see if we get the secondary leg or what we do here. But yeah, have a great weekend, boys. Good luck with your last hour, and I will see you on Monday. Peace.
Later.
Later, man.